Check. Whoa. Clear the old throat there. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Alright then. Friday. Working on pathfinding, async pathfinding still. Particularly in the movement controller, we had this get nearest valid location. That we wrote yesterday. I added a little change to make sure that if it finds a location that is inside the room, has to be inside the room. That's all I did. Let's just run. And then we call this from a static. So if we get back a fail where the start is in the collidable, we get the nearest valid location, which is this new routine we wrote. And then we have to say move to with ignore collisions. We haven't written that bit yet. So basically now, if we go inside one of these white rectangle outlines, it draws a green square where the nearest valid location would be to move out of the collidable zone to resume pathfinding. Because sometimes this guy has been getting stuck inside his collision, been drifting for some reason. So we need to walk him out of there if that happens. So if he gets stuck there, he'll walk to there and then he'll start pathfinding again. That's the way to do it, I think. So this move to, we can set flags on, move target flags. And then we do tick move target. So here we go. If we're ignoring collision, this doesn't need the A star tick stuff anymore. Tick 2 with the delta. So how do we want to do this? We have the old tick here, which does this. So we're just going to take this code and we say lerp location position, which is this type of thing. I wonder why this is 2 calls. Let's all these DTs are DT2s. DT2 means it's 0 if the game is paused. So do we have a move to that takes a vector? We do. It's just this velocity. Do we have an abs with a vector? We don't. We'll make one here. BM abs. This is BM abs. Abs. A.x. Whoops. A.y. These are abs. Okay. So now this can just be one call, I believe. So move to location position. From a location position to the move target based on the velocity times dt2. And we'll just say, we'll go, well, dt2 is less than 0.1. We'll just do that. So that's more of a lerp situation. All right. Ooh, what happened there? So what we're moving to the distance. So we have to move the velocity direction of the target. I need both of those. And I might not need D actually. And we may as well do the normalize right here. We'll call this to target. Okay. So in theory now that will just lerp the position to the position to the target in a straight line. which means he should in theory, if the start ends up in the goal, take this path. Not start ends up, sorry, in the collidable area. Should take that path. So we need to test that somehow. So we'll do log line start in collidable. And then we're going to do solved. So the solved is there. So we'll do, if there's not a P, we'll just set the position. Otherwise we solved it. If we couldn't solved it, not solved, we just set the new position. So we'll do the new position and what we actually solved. This is where we wanted to be. This is where the guy actually ended up. So hopefully it's the same. Otherwise, this is like, we just set the position to the new position. So this will actually teleport the character there, which will look a bit weird, but at least he'll get out, even if we can't solve it. So if there's not, actually what we might do, if we don't actually find the nearest location, what do we do? What do we do here? I'm going to say perhaps actually what we might do is just set the position and return we're at the goal. So if we can't find a place even to warp the character out, if we can't find a place to move the character out towards, if his start is in a collidable area, if we can't even do that, we just actually teleport him right to his goal. That's probably the best thing to do. That should hardly ever happen. Okay, so we have to try and somehow get him to end up in a collidable zone somehow, which never happens, which is hard to replicate anyway. It does happen sometimes. To move away from him, to make him start pathfinding again. We haven't had any messages about solving for the starting a collision zone yet. It's very hard to get him to walk into a collider. So these white squares here are the collidable zones. Is if he somehow accidentally walks into a collidable zone. Oh, there we go. Solved it. He slid there. Starting collidable solved. So why did he slide there? Are we not setting the velocity? He shouldn't have slid there. He didn't actually set the animation to walk. Whoops. Okay, I think there's a way we can actually do this. It's a bit better. We spawn the Spidey guy there. We could spawn him in a collidable zone. So basically here. That means if we launch the game, he should, in theory, now immediately go to that routine where he slides out, where he solves for being in a collidable, for start being in a collidable. There we go. So we got it immediately. Just have to check what his the animation system does. It's very hard to very hard to see actually. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have to make these collidable zones bigger. That's in animated rig type, I think. We get the collision size. I'm gonna make it 10 by 10. This probably means we have to rebuild the levels. We have to rebuild something. I think it's the levels. Game level. That'll make the collidable zone a lot bigger. Oh, caused that. It sounded like it caused a crash. I've got no. It's probably because after move target is not set. Well, okay, now let's have a look. If the result is at the goal. Oh, look. We're doing it twice. Don't need to do this. Interesting, so he's still sliding. So velocity is being set somewhere to 0. Confusing. Okay. So the MC velocity is definitely not 0. It's not 0.56. Tick NPCs. And get to the Spidey and NPC. Okay, no, that's not where we wanted to go. Okay. So we return out of there. And then we call tick animations. And he has a velocity. Ah. What's getting velocity do then? Tick frame is equal to frame count, get velocity. That seems dodgy to me. That seems dodgy, why would we do that? I'm going to take that away. That seems just dodgy. What I might do is just commit the repo there, just in case for some reason this breaks a bunch of stuff. This just needs to return the velocity. So where are we here? This is tick. So one thing that we are doing, so this is going to get eventually deleted. I will keep updating it though. One thing we are potentially doing there is dividing by 0. I'm going to do that there. And there. Okay. So we're about possibly at the stage where we can get rid of tick and replace it with what is in tick 2. All right, great. Let's see if he actually stands up now and walks there. He's going quickly as well. Well, I couldn't see it there because of the breakpoint. Ooh, look, we had a problem. Okay. This is to do with ending the game while a star is happening. So we need to be able to flush flush a star search as well. Flush pathfinding or something. But sometimes we're calling it a star search. Well, I suppose, yeah, whatever. So we need to be able to flush this. So the a star job queue dot flush we want, and that needs to happen on empty frame, on empty game, maybe. Either on empty game, or if it's a game level thing. Got a launch. Nah, it definitely has to happen on empty game. So we need to do flush pathfinding. We empty the game to end all the pathfinding jobs. Yeah. So he did walk. He moved very quickly. Oh, look, we are still getting that problem there. End game called empty game. Oh, it says it's not the file that was built. Okay, well, let's just rebuild then. It did call empty game, and it did flush the pathfinding. It's meant to have. It probably didn't because it wasn't built properly. Let's have a look at the notes here. While this is building. Come on, Trello. Ooh, not working very well. There we go. Speed the pathfinder system. This is nearly finished. We actually might finish this today. We just need to get it to work with if we take a nav mesh as well. And then we need to work on the NPC instance in system, which might be a difficult thing maybe. I'm expecting it to be quite challenging. Okay. So he moves out just very quickly. Yeah, we're not crashing anymore. So it did do it. So we're moving out very quickly. So that's because we're not setting the animation walk speed properly. By the looks of it. So what is this? Move target speed. So when we do the A star, we're passing in what's called max speed. Max speed is not being overloaded there. So this is max speed value or walk speed. There we go, he's walking out. Question is now, is he going to do some pathfinding? Still trying to find the path. Oh, it's probably because the goal's in the collidable now, so he just can't move. Well, let's see what's happening here. Goal is in the collidable. Yeah, because he's just trying to go on his patrol and it's in the collidable area. So what I might do there is else if reason equals EA star result goal in collidable. We just kind of want to emit something, really, don't we? We want to say get game HUD draw label in world probably the location position. We just want to say goal in collidable. Let me set a colour for this. What front colour and a back colour, or a border colour. Oh, we can just set a colour. So we're just going to say float colour, get editor colours dot red. This is going to be temporary. Kind of is, but not really. Kind of going to be debugging it. If debug include game HUD. Where are we? So we'll only do this in debug builds. At least we'll be able to see then that here's a problem with pathfinding. That character. Editor colors. Where is editor colors? It's in the actual engine itself. Just means it'll display a message on screen saying I can't find where to go because where you want me to go is in a collidable area. At least we'll see that message in debug builds. So it's flashing a bit. So obviously there, when he walked, that's finding cover. That's a different system in play there. Okay. So it flashes. So obviously it's not being ticked every frame, this. Because it's actually working for a frame and then determining that the goal is in the collidable. So it's going goal in collidable, and then it's coming back trying again, and then it's hitting the background thread. So the background thread's like, okay, let me find out what's going on, and then the background thread. So then the goal's not collidable when that's happening. The background thread just returns it's working. So the flash is probably fine. It's only debug. It'd be nice for it not to flash, obviously. So it's flashing up there, goal in collidable. Every other frame. be fine. Okay, so let's put this back down to its normal rig size, and then let's rebuild the level. To rebuild the level, let me do that. Unfortunately. So in theory now, it walks out of starting locations that are in collidable areas. Pass this A* search. I don't think I want to do that anymore. Maybe we do. So passing this A* search means we get to reuse its memory. Let's just see what's going on here. Or, you know, in the A* entry, or whatever it's called, search entry, we can put an A* in there to use. So we could do something like A*, and we can get the A* out, or we can pass a reference to it. We don't actually get the entry anywhere. We get the entry result, which is a copy. Like, this is the safest. So what we could do is we could go also entry A* search entry for the packet ID. And then we could go entry.A* search. It's actually called empty. If we do this, what does empty do? Search internal. So this doesn't actually call empty. So entry A*.empty. So I could say if that else we just fail. So the result here We pass the A star in, but the entry is passing in the actual entry is A star itself. So we could rename this set A star. Call this like after A star search. Or A star search propagate results. And this is entry. Oops. So that copies the result over. Like that. So this is A star entry. What do we call this? What do we call? I forgot what we called it now. A star search entry propagate result. Like this. And that will reuse the A star's memory there. Terms and references function A star search entry. Don't know what's going on there. Oh, probably because you have to copy the A star around. Will that even work then? I don't think that will actually work, you know. Because this A star might be being operated on by a background thread. A way to make that work. Yeah, there's no way to really make that work other than scope locking here, which would be pointless because that would mean that the thing would run on one thread. It'd be different threads, but only one thread will be able to execute at once. Alright, I'll take that back. That's not what we're going to do. This is just A star. A star. You know, I could envision actually having one per thread that we use. Oh, hang on, I need a real error here so I can get it in the error window. What's going on here? So when it tries to swap it, maybe we just didn't delete that A star out of there. No, we didn't. You know, I can imagine us really keeping a list. We could, if we really wanted to reuse A star's memory, which means we wanted to persist this. We need some kind of static thread storage. Is that even a thing? Static thread local. Static thread local. We should have to write the word thread local, I think. Then thread local. Star.empty. Is this gonna work? We don't actually need to get the search entry anymore. So hopefully this means the memory gets reused. you know, it'll be per thread. So let's just have a look at A star there. A star is empty. What thread is this? 856 31. So that's full of stuff, which is cool. So if we empty this, it empties it, but it leaves all the capacity there. How do I view the disassembly? Debug Windows disassembly. So there's a lot of work. So it's going to call this. There's quite a lot of work for making that static. Oh, it skips it though. Okay, that's fine. If you're skipping it most of the time, that's totally fine. So he's obviously not quitting there. He's walk animation. Oops. So he's not quitting because he's waiting. You know, maybe... so this is an animation routines, right? So we need to know, like, what happens if he's waiting on pathfinding. Because this might only be for a frame or two. We could just pause the current animation. How would you do that? Let's just check that's what it is first. So we'll go log line waiting for pathfinding. Should probably be all waiting for pathfinding as well. So when does this get set? If it's working and the direction is 0. Okay, so we've done this now. We're doing it a different way. We're not passing it into A star search. We're just having one A star per thread. So there you go, a couple of waiting on pathfindings. Basically when I interrupt him. So there we go, so he's doing something there. It didn't say it was waiting though. Okay, so what's happening there? It's very hard to keep him on that state. Goal in collidable. So when the goal was in the collidable, he also kept walking. Whoops, keep leaving the room. So he's not stopping. There. I mean, his velocity is 0, but his animation is going still, and he's not sitting down. So let's just put this over here for a sec. Can be okay. How's it going? Going all right? Yeah, I've done a little bit of work now. So these are like the areas that the Spidey can't walk in. Otherwise, they'll be in the collidable area there. But sometimes just through drift and stuff, he was ending up in them a tiny bit, like, you know, floating point error rounding stuff. So I just wrote a little routine where if he finds himself in the collidable, he can just walk himself out again, and that's working. So I'm just tying up some of the loose ends now. Like, if the pathfinding takes quite a long time to compute, what do I want this guy to do? You know, he doesn't have anywhere to go because pathfinding's computing in the background. But the thing is, like, I could just sit him down. Could just be like, right, well, just go to your idle animation. But sometimes, you know, the pathfinding only takes, like, the next frame it'll be ready. So he'll sit down for like 1 frame, which will look like a flicker. So the options are keep him in his walk animation, because it's only a frame, and just don't move him anywhere. Or pause the animation that he's in. Because it might only be a frame, but it might be like the pathfinding on very rare occasions might take a second, maybe, and he'll walk on the spot. So I'm just kind of figuring out how I really want to handle that. And he currently is sometimes walking on the spot. I'm not sure why. I'm going to try and fix that as well. So what happens, I've only got half of his brain turned on. That's the brain that tells him to run away from me. So whenever I go close to him, he recalculates a new path to try and find cover behind a collidable, like there, you see. So it's not quite working because like there we go. So he's paused, but he's still got his walking animation going. And that actually isn't built in. Okay, so let's just rebuild not the whole solution, just the exe. But it's nearly there now. And then I just need to extend the async bit to take a nav mesh as well. And if it takes a nav mesh, you see it uses the nav mesh for its pathfinding. But currently, that isn't there. So I've got here a star with the nav mesh. It just means creating another one of these, but being able to pass in a nav mesh as well. Do you think you'd make a limit? You'd end the walk animation. So he should just end it if his velocity is 0. So his velocity is 0, so he's not, because it's not moving, but the animation's not ending. And that is something to do with here, really. I think it's like I've got this condition here. So if the velocity is 0, I like the length of the velocity is 0. Set idle, which is not firing. Tell this, say it's going great, thanks. Hope you're alright as well. Working on some pathfinding stuff. Like, I'm hoping that, like, once this pathfinding stuff is finished, that'll be it. Barring like bugs that crop up and stuff. Draw a line under the pathfinding. Pathfinding just works. From a systems point of view, there will be bugs probably. I'll find bugs in edge cases, but I don't want to have to then rewrite this thing again. So I'm just going to spend quite a lot of time making sure it's as right as possible from an API point of view. Like, I don't want people who call into this to know that it's on a background thread and stuff. I just want them to call, get a result immediately. Even if the result is like, you can't move because it's on the back, you know, we're still calculating the path. So I need to just wait for him. Just gonna wait for him to start walking on the spot, basically. You've been coding C++ before I was born. Yeah, maybe. What it says in my bio is not correct. Can't remember what it says in my bio. It says like 120, 140 years ago or something. I started coding C++ when I was like 13, 14. And I'm almost 40 now. That's a long time, innit? 1892, that's right, yeah. Which is not right. So when I was 14, the year was 1999. The best year for music ever. Some say. 1999 is still before I was born. Yeah. Yeah, but I wasn't writing software. I probably wasn't writing software renderers when at the age you are now. So in theory, when you're my age, you'd be better than me. Okay, well, what I need to do is turn this rest of his brain off, really. Is he going to walk on the spot? He does walk on the spot, so he's not even pathfinding there. And now he goes on to it. So, why is he not setting his animation to idle? Animation routines roaming. So that's just not getting set, basically. So we are ticking. Velocity is, he's got velocity. That's why. He does now because he's roaming. So it says the velocity is 3. So what's going on there? Oh, I know what's happening. We're not calling A star tick. Sometimes. So he's not actually updating his velocity. (2022) when you were 19. Well, it's still a good age to start coding. Still young. I think most people start at university, don't they? Maybe. Quit after a week, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I started actually coding codes. I started C++ when I was 13, 14. Started coding younger. But I didn't take it seriously, so I don't really count it either. I had a book. A book on BASIC. I used to make stuff. But not like, it wasn't like a main hobby of mine at that time. Yeah, I'm sure with this book I used to do that. I just used to type it in, the examples, and I didn't try to understand what was happening. I was just typing it in. Ah, right, okay. It is cool, like how people are getting into programming through modding. I think that's quite cool. Like, I don't really ever remember that being a thing when I was a kid. I'm sure you could mod some games, but I didn't know how to do it. And it probably wasn't officially supported. It was like you'd hack the game. So basically, A star tick is not getting called, which means velocity is not getting set to 0. So this is why I had that thing in that I took out, which was like, when was the last frame that it was ticked? That I took out. I took that out because it was a little like dodgy code. And we can definitely take out this because I'm not using it anymore. Some maturing to do. Yeah. Definitely. I feel like there's a lot of people, it seems anyway, when I look online, that people also trying to get into coding because it's well paid, which is interesting to me. Coding when I was a kid was very niche and very like geeky. Now it's like cool because it's a path to a high paid job, which is like a complete 180. I see that all the time. You've gone from like coding was a geek thing with like, you know, Bill Gates, geeking glasses, Windows 95 conference, and now it's like Lex Friedman, cool dude who's a coder. Completely different. Harder to find a job. Yeah, it seems to be. Well, I don't know about coding industry in general. Gaming, it's happening in it. It's collapsing. At least AAA is. Microsoft just laid off 9,000. Most like 9,000 staff. Loads of them in games companies and across the Xbox brand. Just crazy. Yeah, anyone being interested in the field will stay. Yeah, I know. I've never pursued a career in the industry because it's ruthless and very hard working. You know, like back when I was getting out of uni and I did go in the industry for a bit, it wasn't like you would get made redundant because the games industry was growing massively. It was like right in the 360 era. But there was the culture of crunch, you know, which was horrible, really. It's like, we're not going to pay you, but you've got to stay until 9 o'clock tonight and keep working. Because if you don't, then everyone in the room will look at you the next morning and be like, why did you not stay? So it's not great culture. Now, they seems to have largely been trying to tackle that. But there's the other thing now where, you know, the people that got laid off, some of them are moving in like COD Studios, which is like one of the best selling franchises of all time. So even if you're making COD, you're not safe, really. My dad works hasn't collapsed. Yeah. Does your dad work for Microsoft? Is he part of all that? So if we can't call into a static, what do we do? So actually the animation routines code is sound. It's not that. It's the fact that we sometimes aren't calling into this for some reason. We aren't actually updating the velocity because the patrol, there's no destination location. That's what's happening. The patrol's like, well, we're just here and we're waiting. There's no destination location, so don't even try and go there. Let me just see if this breakpoint fires there. Yeah. So this is where we need to actually set the velocity to 0. Or something else coding. Okay. Not buying AAA ever again. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the reasons why I think loads of people are the same opinion. It's not. It's been hit from both ends, maybe. It's like a lot of people aren't buying them, especially people who are going to Game Pass. You know, they're not buying games, they're just going to Game Pass. And they're becoming ever more expensive to make. So like they're costing more and they're selling fewer copies. So they're just getting squeezed like this. Yeah. Don't have Game Pass. No, I don't have Game Pass either. Yeah, that's it. I play a lot of indie stuff. I'm gonna play the remake of Oblivion. I'm gonna probably play that this winter. But mostly, yeah, indie stuff. Indie stuff's cool, man, because it's like I like the fact that it's made by just a small group of people, or even one person. I don't like it. You know, it's not a big. You're not basically giving Microsoft your money. Yeah. Like I don't have a rule that I'm not gonna buy AAA. If there's something comes out that's really compelling. So I really want to play the Oblivion remake because I played Morrowind, and I played Skyrim, but I didn't play Oblivion for some reason. I'm not sure why. So I'm gonna go back and play the remake. You know. But you know, there's not much these days really that. I feel compelled to play in AAA. So what we're saying if maybe we need to put that tick back in. We're saying if we don't tick, there's no velocity. How would we handle that though? In a nice way. So we could just do like last tick frame, use frame count. Could just do that. It's just a bit, you know. That's when it was last ticked. And if we get the velocity, we just say, well, were you last ticked on this frame? or last frame. If you weren't ticked, then there is no velocity. I think that's probably why that was there. I took that out like this morning. But we do actually need it. So that also updates the frame tick on tick move target as well. So we could have a begin frame for the movement controller, which sets the velocity to 0. Could do that as well. We can't do that because we're actually ticking up the velocity. All right, we'll just do it. Let's just compare this with the unmodified one. So it's this. So basically, where are we? We do have this. And then on the tick itself, we're doing that as well. So I think static. If the tick for the next frame is the frame count, I have to reset the velocity. If that's not true. Really. And that's got to happen on tick move target as well. We call it latest ticked frame. Probably need to do that. So what we might do is we might just have a little private function called before tick, or like register tick before tick. Which does this. And then a star tick, we're just going to go before tick there. And then on tick move target, have a before tick there. So let's just see if that stops him. That means that his walking animation will go to his idle animation. Going on here. Oh, this is const. So that really can't be const. I wish there was a better way to solve that. would mean ticking every frame, basically. Like always ticking the movement controller. Tick NPC patrol. The thing is they're spread out. There's a tick there and a tick there. Neither might happen. Let's see if he just sits down anyway. There we go. Oh, look, I'm not moving anymore. Oh, because I'm using a different tick that we're about to remove. So let's just check that's correct. Tick. So I need to do before tick there as well. We're going to actually remove this. Okay, so I can actually go now. So we're going to remove this now. Even though we've just put that code there. And tick 2 becomes tick. Like this. Now do we really want to call it tick? What it's actually doing is like kind of like pushing. It's pushing the it's pushing the thing around, pushing the NPC around. Can't really use the word tick. There's a million ticks. So we're calling like NPC set position delta there as well and stuff. We could just call this move. Yeah, so if we call this move, and then the A star tick is also move, but it's a different type of move. It's like, because this calls move eventually. Should call move there. So we'll have move and move to. So what is this actually doing? This is also a move to. So we have something up here called move to, right? Target. Max speed function. So we could in theory call this move to. We'll have a bunch of move tos. So that means the game state we have a tick move target. We have a move to destination position. Root Dragon, hey, how's it going? Mewtwo's, move twos. Working on pathfinding. I'm just kind of looking at the API really. So now there's a bunch of move twos. So there's move to where you're passing the destination position and an optional speed to move there. Now the difference between this move to and the other two is that this is a fire and forget style function. Well, this can be called constantly, whereas the other two are meant to be called once. So this is a move to with a max move target, some flags, and a callback to say when you got to the target. And then this is a move to with the target, the max move speed, and the callbacks. This is the version without the flags. So these two are designed to just be called once, whereas this is designed to be constantly called. So you can't. It's calling the same thing's a bit sketchy. You can't context per function pointers. Ah, right, okay. Interesting that. Yeah, interesting. I do know of a thing where they used to have like old school games used to have assembly in them to write more assembly when you executed the game. You could have some really weird system where the game like writes, you know, the start routines for the game and stuff itself as you execute it. So they're not actually even in the executable that you distribute. That would be cool. But I don't know. That would be crazy as well. I think we're just going to leave it as move to. I think we're just going to do that. Obfus header. Whoa, look at that. It's a cool effect. Wow, cool. Yeah, that's kind of similar, isn't it? What you wanted to do. Nice one. That sounds fun, that. Okay. So that second, when we removed that tick, it stopped the player from moving. Move to. So the move. So when we actually this also needs to call before tick. This should actually be called before move now. More obscurity to my network protocol. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, and learn about it as well. That's really cool. I think with this game and stuff, I'm not going to do any obfuscation or DRM or anything other than what Steam offers. But I do like do data validation and stuff. It's a slightly different thing. But that's code, like, yeah, code that scans the data to make sure it's actually valid data for the engine. Yeah, it does things like checksums. Yeah, I think it already does that. Yeah, like writing new checksums for new data and reading checksums out to check it's okay, and then extend it where if the data is corrupted somehow, automatically re-download the data from the cloud or something, the new data, which Steam might already do. I'm not sure, I've not looked into the Steam API. So you might be able to like, oh look, he's not stopping. I've got my hands off the keyboard there. What's going on there then? Pulse is not being reset. So does Pulse even need to be a member? Set Pulse. Who's calling Set Pulse? No one. So I'm going to check this in. I'm going to take out pulse. Seen as DRM. Yeah, I'm not sure. I will look into it. Like, I haven't even registered on Steam or any on the Steamworks or anything yet. And I had a look at the documentation. And we'll do one there. Once there's half a game there. Is anyone calling set pulse? No. So getting set pulse can go. So this now is just effect 2 pulse. Shit with Denuvo. Yeah. If you wanted to stop, like, pirating and, well, maybe not pirating, I don't know, but something like, people loading your program into pics or a debugger or something. But I'm not really bothered about that. People can load my game into pics and see how the draw calls happen and stuff. But yeah, if you're like a big game company and you didn't want people to like reverse engineer your engine or something, yeah, for bots in online games, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's another reason. But I think you can get, like, you can buy games off GOG which have no DRM. You can buy you could buy like The Witcher, and then you can actually load that into pics, can't you, and see it all being rendered. Pretty sure you can do that, at least with The Witcher, because The Witcher's also CD Projekt Red, which is also GOG. Okay, so this pathfinding now seems pretty good. Let's put let's turn the bit of the brain back on. Still got some disabled sections. So this is the bit of the brain that just does the retreat. So if I go up, he retreats. So is he flickering? I want to know if he is flickering. I don't think he is. When he's calculating, obviously he's like spinning sometimes, but that's just because he's moving direction. But his animation is not flickering. So the animation routines there, that's because it's doing waiting for pathfinding all the time. So it would be nice to like pause the animation. So if the pathfinding does take a while, he doesn't keep walking on the spot, because that's what's going to happen. I've seen, I saw the tech demo they did. It looks great, doesn't it? Those boxes I see. Yeah. This is, so it's just a bit of a visual. So that's the path that he's taking. Oops. And those boxes are just like where he can't walk, or he'll end up intersecting with the red zone. So the way that the collision works for pathfinding, just for speed really, is that you draw out the collidable region, and that can be any kind of convex shape. But the pathfinding just works on squares. So it takes into account this green box, which is where he can't walk into. That's his collision zone, basically. And then it pads all of the collision zones based on that box. If that box was bigger, the padding would be bigger. So like he can walk into the white squares, but this central circle, or the central point inside this circle, can't walk into the white squares. If this central point in the circle walks into the white squares, this green box is in the collidable zone. So it's just a faster way of doing collision detection for pathfinding, where you don't have to do any collision response. It's just, this, like, working it out on the squares is really fast. Yeah, pathfinding around shapes. But it's not doing collision detection with the shape, because that would be too slow in pathfinding. That'd mean the paths take a long time. So it's doing a slightly optimized version where it's doing it with rectangles kind of around the shape. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge kind of strain on any game. It's by far the slowest system in my game. Like this, most of the time it's all right, but look, that took 8 milliseconds, one of them, which is half your frame, to make the path. So what I've been doing the last 2 days, because it was on the game thread, so the pathfinding was on the game thread, and I kept it on the game thread because I knew pathfinding would be a performance like pinch point. So I kept it on the game thread so I could notice the stalls, which meant I could go back and I could try and get pathfinding a little bit faster. And now we're at a point where I can't really get pathfinding any faster. So now I'm spending the last 2 days just putting it on the background. So now the pathfinding works on background threads, which means that the game doesn't stall anymore. And then it's just handling what happens when the pathfinding takes a while. Like, what do you want to do? So if this path, it wants to generate a path, and it comes back as like, right, we're working on a path, but you're going to have to decide to do something else because the path's not ready yet. What I've decided to do is just keep him doing the walking animation until the path's ready, and then walk, which is fine if it only takes a couple of frames to generate the path. But maybe it might take a second. Like right now it'll never take a second because the level's very simple. But say it takes a second to generate the path. The player's going to actually notice the guy walking on the spot. And I don't know in advance that it's going to take a second. So I can't sit the character down to wait really. I can't say this path is going to take a second, therefore sit down. So what I might do is just pause the animation. Maybe. Just need to make an isometric tile grid. 8 directions. Yeah. So it's got 8 directions. This pathfinding has 8 directions as well. So the guy can go one of 8 directions. So there's that. So you've got up or down, that's 2. Left or right, that's 4. And then all the diagonals, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you can go in 8 directions. It's not isometric because the tiles are actually, if it was isometric, the tiles would be diamonds. But the principle's the same, whether it's a diamond or a square. But the pathfinder is used for other systems as well. Like it's used for waypoints. So it has to remain fast for waypoints. So say you get a quest and it's like 10 rooms away. It needs a waypoint system to draw like a square there to say like this is where you need to go to get to the eventually get to the quest. So there's like there are two bits of it. So the waypoint system isn't currently in the background because it seems to be quite fast. There's a lot fewer nodes to search on the waypoint system. So we're going to leave that on the foreground thread. But then, yeah, the character one is now on the background thread, apart from if he needs to use a nav mesh. So now we're going to work on trying to get a the nav mesh on the background as well. Have you made a portal gun yet? I haven't made a portal gun. Could definitely do that. That'd be really cool. I might make something like that. It'd be very limited in 2D because you'd only really be able to open it up. You know, and you're only facing that way, kind of. But you could have a portal like this, which has you could see a different area out there. And it doesn't actually have to be a portal gun. You could do that literally for like, say you're in a space, say you're in a base on a planet and you wanted to actually show the outside world. Maybe use a window or something. You could do that. Shoot 2 portals. Yeah. Alright, cool. So what I think I'm going to do now is turn... So that seems okay. He just walks on the spot when he's waiting for pathfinding. I don't know if I have a way to pause the animation. I won't do pause animation because you can't notice it at the moment. So let's just turn these back on. These back on. And these back on. This is full combat enabled now. He seems totally fine. If I run away, what's he gonna do? You can see him actually. Oh, there he's on the spot. Okay. You can see his animation flickering there as well. Oh, I know why. It's because we're actually in a new routine there. So we're in the combat routine for the guy there. You have the movement controller. So if we're waiting on pathfinding, we don't want to do anything. So we're just going to go if auto MC game state movement controller. Oh, hang on. We're kind of getting it here. And MC get movement context is not equal to waiting for pathfinding. Yeah, he's been getting stuck. So he's been, it's his velocity has gone to 0, but he's not gone back to idle animation. That's what's happening there. Which was happening before in a different context. We're in the combat context now, which is actually a different set of animations. So we fixed it for the general roaming context, which is where he's just roaming around the level. And you just need fixing in the combat context as well. So whether he sees waiting on pathfinding, so now he's kind of stuck waiting on pathfinding. Okay. So what I might actually do is, if we're waiting on pathfinding, just return true and not actually do anything. Auto MC game state, get movement controller, rig.getID, and then we do MC is waiting for pathfinding. We just return true, so we're not even going to touch the animations. We're waiting for pathfinding. Maybe here as well. Maybe we do that here. Do you ever find yourself in the same spot? My problem is, oh sorry, my problem is having procrastination instead of doing the hard work. I don't suffer from that problem though. I suffer from the opposite problem where I can't stop. Which sounds great, but it's not really. If I could, I'd like code till midnight tonight. Then obviously that's not good for your health. But I have a kid, so I can't do that. I have to go and spend time with my kid. But before I had a kid, I used to do that. I'd get up, I'd make some breakfast, sit at the computer, and then I'd just code until midnight, stop for food, stop for 2 minutes here and there. So I'm able to move there. It's because I've obviously the movement controller maybe we want to actually make this because we want to check if we're disabled. It's enabled. So if disabled counter, we return disabled there, but only on this move to. On the other move twos, we want to, well, just want to return disable. We're already doing that there though. Which is the one where we're actually not doing then? We're actually doing the pulse stuff. Here. This is just called move. If disable counter don't feel like committing to it. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, like code design and architecture, I think is very hard. It's much more difficult than coding to get the actual architecture right. So it's worth spending like loads of time seeing how other people did things and trying stuff out yourself. Like, I don't consider any of this engine to be final architecture because I know I'm going to get better at it. So that guy's waiting. He's waiting for me to make a move there. It's because he's walked into a zone. Ooh. So that's not... Whoa. Look at that. Something happened there. So that's because that is happening. He's staggering me, I think. Something's happening. When he staggers me... So, oh, it's meant to return the position. Yes, that's why. Not set the guy to the middle of the room. Yeah, like I have no problem with C++ syntax and stuff. That's totally fine. I can code all that and get through the compile errors. What I'm trying to develop, the skill I'm trying to develop now is good architecture and design. And what I mean by that is code doesn't suffer from the shelf full of glasses thing. You know, if you have a shelf full of glasses and then you put one more glass on and then another glass falls out the back and smashes. Code can do that. If it's built, you know, if it's built kind of, I don't want to say incorrectly, but it's very easy to build a big system where you change something over here and bunch stuff over here break. And good design and architecture solves that problem, tries to solve that problem. And also you want to build code that's easily extendable, which means if you want to actually extend the system, you don't have to go back into the system and change a bunch of things. And that's also very difficult to do. Yeah. Trying to write code too, yeah. At least doing the architecture thing, you are constantly writing code. Just means that you're scrutinizing over the code. Like, you don't want to just write the easy result or write the easy thing. You know, try and take a bit more of a high level look and be like, well, if I do this in the future, how might it affect things? So the guy there, he keeps going to his idle animation. Maybe we could fix that. Like, I don't, well, he's going to his to idle animation. That isn't necessarily a bug. It's just a flaw in the logic of the behavior tree. So if I stay here, so he goes to his idle animation. That animation is called to idle or to combat idle or something. To idle alert. And then he's gonna, if I'm not doing anything, the timer will probably tick and he'll does it again. So we could fix that. Could be a bug. So he's waiting and he's going, he's just basically repeating this part of the graph over and over again. He's going down there and then down there, I think. So this conditional wait, distance is greater than 10, failure, distance is less than 5. So he's succeeding this. And he's going to find cover. And find cover is failing by the looks of it. Yeah. Readable's good. Good names. We have some little bugs here where it says spy there. Fix that as well. Good names. And you want right systems that you can extend easily. Especially for game stuff. Like, how do I write another type of action node, and is it easy? Do I have to go into the behavior tree system to do that? Or can I just leave the behavior tree system alone and just write the action node, which would be a much better solution. So that basically means the behavior tree system can't know about action node types. It can't say if action node is combat NPC find cover. It can't do that. Because then when you go and create another type of action node, you have to go back into the behavior tree system and go, else if action node is this. So you need to come up with ways that kind of you can split them. You know, you want to write the behavior tree ticker, whatever's ticking the behavior tree, just once, and that's it. And it ticks the behavior tree. It doesn't care what node it is, what type of node. even if I wanted to make another type of actual node rather than another type of action node. The tree can't really care about that either. He's managed to actually move to attack me there. So he's failing. He's coming up here, set combat state, and then he's waiting. And then he's going to go NPC find cover, and that's gonna, it looks like that fails on it past there. I can tell it fails because it doesn't move on to the next one. It just goes there and then doesn't move on to that one. So what are the conditions on that? As a failure condition. Whether it's less, oh, it's because I'm too close to him. He can't find cover because I'm too close to him. So it tests the distance between the hero and the Spidean. And if it's less than 7 units for 0 seconds, it fails. So someone's there. It's because it's going back into his he's going back into the roaming. And probably setting idle. Maybe. No, he's not doing that. Is he going back into roaming at all? Yeah, no problem. Jamberg. Yeah, I've been looking at the latest stuff. I'm very excited for Reflection. Reflection's going to be massively useful. Yeah. Hamburg, yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to Reflection and standard optional of a reference. Because that's also massively useful. So right now I have written my own called OptRef, which is a standard optional of a reference, because you can't actually do a standard optional of a reference. But obviously it's really nice to have standard optional of a reference everywhere. Every time you want to return a reference or an optional reference, you have to use standard optional reference wrapper of T, I think, at the moment. Which is a bit long-winded. Can switch to the new standard in MSVC. Cool, I'll have a look. Got it on latest. So hopefully that means it will automatically update to C++26. Somewhere they publish a roadmap of all the features they've implemented of the standards. I can't remember where it is. I have to find it. One of the interesting things about
reflection now is they have a use for this. So you do like do this F, right, which is like something like that instead of like this, which is like the reflection. Now the CLI version of C++, so the Microsoft.NET version of C++, already using this. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Is already using this for something else. Now that might break a lot of code, maybe some other people's code, or it means they can't use C++ 26. Maybe. Features from the latest draft. Yeah. That's why I've switched on, yeah. And this is quite a recent update of Visual Studio, this. So I don't know if there are any updates. Where would you find updates? Check for updates. Yeah, I don't know if there are any. This is, I only updated this like 2 weeks ago. So it should be the latest stuff. I haven't actually checked what they've actually implemented in C++ 26 yet though. So this is up to date. So I have the latest version anyway. Now, to me, it seems reflection is such a massive task for them that it might take a while. It's a huge, you know, it's a massive thing, in it, trying to reflect the whole program. Okay, so it's not. Let's just go back to what we were doing here. So maybe in the combat routine, we're saying if the track's name is not it's just firing this. It keeps all right. It's definitely firing this over and over again. There. So the track name it's currently playing is Walk. Oh. So it's like walking for a frame. Interesting. In place vector. What's in place vector? Ah, right. So what's the difference between this and standard array? Dynamically sizable. So does that mean it's on the heap then? Whether a standard array is
actually on the stack there, isn't it? That might be the difference. Cool, that'll be cool, that's useful. So we're setting it to walk for 1 frame. Must be here. Dynamically resizable vector with fixed capacity. Yeah. So that says to me same as standard array, but on the heap, right? That's what it says to me. The dynamically resizable bit. Because I think a standard array is an array where n is given at compile time, but it's on the stack instead. So you couldn't do standard array 1 million, 10 million bytes, because you'd just flood the stack. You'd blow up the stack. But you could do standard in-place vector of 10 million integers or whatever, and it would be totally fine. Cool. Because I know you can do const by new, can't you? But then I was reading a thing like if you do const by new, and maybe that's the thing they've changed. If you did const by new, you had to free the memory at compile time as well, but maybe you don't anymore. Maybe it puts a bigger buffer in the exe for you that you can just use. I don't know. So he momentarily goes to his walk animation. That's what's happening. So he's going to his walk, and then he basically, for like a frame or something, there. So he's going back to being roaming, and he's walking. But then obviously I'm trying to decide if this is a flaw in the logic of the tree. So he's going to find cover. So let's have a look at NPC. Find cover. He's working out a cover point. And P is null opt there. Meaning he couldn't go to that cover point. So that's technically a fail.
if that happens. It'd be nice to know. Oh, it's failing because we're resetting the move target to something else. One of the things here as well is it's not great to compare floats. I'm probably not comparing floats. So I'm going to say that this next cover point is I want to round it. Well, what do we want to do? We want to round it. We have flooring there. I think we need to floor it. So we can actually compare the cover points properly. Right, so we can compare them properly now. So current cover point there says it's null op. So yeah. So the next cover point is 11.5. So it's minus 15 and 11. So it's always finding minus 15, 11. And then it's going move to. And then we're going tick move target. I'm calling move 2. So it's working there with a direction. Quite hard to debug, really. See, the flaw is he's trying to move, and then he's failing because he's getting too close to me, and he's going back to... So I think, let's do if P. So it's a success whether he moved there or not. Essentially, what's that's happened. That's what. So that's success, and that's fail. So he's trying to retreat, and he's walking into me, and he's going. It's because he's retreating kind of in the wrong direction. He's retreating, and he wants to move into me to retreat, which is immediately firing his angry, hostile state. Find cover is definitely failing. Yeah. We tried to move to that cover point. And we couldn't do it. So the way to one of the ways to fix this would be he has to move away from the player. He's trying to move up there. It's just basically immediately going back into hostile because he's actually moving closer to the player. I don't have anything in pathfinding that says avoid location, you know. If I just move, it'll be able to do it. Think. Do you want to know why we are No, I think we'll leave that. I think it's fine. See, it's whenever we get in the way, it's going to do that. Unless we move. If we move, it'll be fine. Stuck in this same loop again. So we could potentially, if he succeeds in the wait, if he succeeds in the wait, he just goes back. Basically ends the tree there. And if he succeeds in the wait, he goes to set combat state success condition to none. So if he succeeds in the wait, he goes to there, and he goes NPC find cover there. So if he succeeds, he sets combat state to none, and he goes and tries find cover. This is the thing that is failing, because to find cover, he is less than 10. So I wonder if we turn that off, that condition off, We need a little disable button here where we can disable actual conditions, you know. So the NPC has to be less than 10 for this condition to work. It has to be less than 10. So this is an R, I think. So it has to be less than 7 or less than 10 to return fail. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it. I think it's kind of a flaw in the logic of the graph. Because he's moving. So we need, like, this needs to find cover. Like, it would probably, if we just took that off and run that, it would probably be able to do it. Problem is then is we can't interrupt his running away. So now I can do it, you see, but I can't go up to him and interrupt him running away. Oh, I can, look. That's good. Just need to just stay where I am, really. So if I want to go up to him now, oh, I can. Okay, so how has that worked? How is that even a thing, man? So it's going to go to here. And this can get interrupted for some reason. Oh, we can't. Oh, we can. So it must be something. Oh, it's this. It's probably NPC find cover. It's because the actual pathfinding failed. Which is this. That's the proper solution. That's good. So the pathfinding failed, which failed the node. Here, that's the bit we didn't have in before. It was just always set to being succeeding. It was just that before, but it's not. That's not true. It only succeeds if it gets to its cover location, and because we went up to it. Got too close to it, it had to recalculate its path, which returned a fail here, which failed the node. Whoa. Okay, good. I'm happy with that. That's really good. All right. I'm gonna have a 2-minute break, make a cup of coffee. I haven't had a cup of coffee in 2.5 hours. And then we need to make this work with nav meshes. So rather than make this temporary, right, I'm going to actually put an if block in there. So we've done that to do. So this, what happens, so A star with a nav mesh. Let's see if there are any more to-dos in this file. There's that one, and that's it. Okay, so A star with a nav mesh. In the background. So we're going to work on that after 2 minutes. Nav mesh. Yeah, so you can root dragon. So A star currently, so there's two ways to implement, there's two ways to trigger the A star or to do the A star search in the game. Oh my god. Deleted something there. Accidentally put in a Z. So you can not supply a nav mesh, which basically means we're going to use the entire room as the nav mesh. And a nav mesh is like, what cells do you want to search across to make the A star to calculate your path? So right now, the whole room is the nav mesh. So it means the spiding guy can go anywhere as long as it's not in these white cells here. So what you can actually do in the editor is supply a nav mesh. So if I wanted the Spidean to go a particular way, rather than just say find your own way, I can lay down a nav mesh and have him follow the nav mesh. So what that means is, you know, say if you want him to go over a bridge or something, like I absolutely want him to go over a bridge, I'll navigate him to a point before the bridge, and then I'll have a nav mesh covering the bridge, and then I'll navigate him to a point after the bridge, like over the bridge that's still in the nav mesh. So he'll walk to this point, and then he'll be inside a nav mesh, which means he will always walk over the bridge to get to the next point. He won't like try and walk around this way or something. So I need to make that work. Currently was working, but on the game thread. I need to make it work on the background thread. So there are no nav meshes in here. So you can lay down a nav mesh like this. Like that, which basically means if I put a point here and a point here, and then I tell the system, I tell the Spidey to go from here to here, he won't go that way. He'll go this way. Even though that way is the shortest path. So the pathfinding system would make him go that way if there wasn't a nav mesh here. But because there's a nav mesh, he's going to go that way. So that's what I need to do next. You know, the A-star system already does that. It's just I need to move it to the background thread. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Right, back with a massive cup of coffee. So, the movement controller here. So, if the source nav mesh is equal to the dest nav mesh, which means we are on a single nav mesh. It's not quite this logic anymore. It's so we want A star result. Whoops. A star result. A star result. And then we want source nav mesh is equal to dest nav mesh. Do something else. Do this. So that now. So we want A star search with a nav mesh. What do we even call nav meshes? What are they called? Level nav mesh region. Okay, what is a level nav mesh region? It's just some points and some bounds. So do we want to copy it to the new thread? That is the question. So basically this belongs in here. And this just returns a star search. ID level nav mesh region. We don't necessarily have one. So we're going to change this API a bit to be an optref. So this is where standard optional of a reference would be great. Optional level nav mesh region. You can't currently do that, I don't think. So we could do, let's just try it. Let's see if it's in already. Visual Studio already supports it. Start, go, search area, start, static collision nodes, dynamic colliders, and standard optional level nav mesh region reference.
You cannot. Really, it says level number is a reference type. That's the thing that's changing. So what I have to actually do is make this optref. And then this is optref. This. Could make it a default argument as well. And then we don't actually need this one anymore. I just build that and see if that just builds. So this is an optional nav mesh that we can supply. And then in here now, we can just basically do the same thing. Here's the thing that if you supply the nav mesh, you don't necessarily want to do the room bounds check. So maybe we do want two different calls. The search area is not a thing. What do? We just pass the search bounds in. So we could do two specific calls, one with the nav mesh, one with the search area. And then we want this there, which is the main. We'll call this A star search internal. Internal, if I could type. Which has them both. And then these two both want creating. Oh, Visual Studio's hanging. Come on, Visual Studio. And it's not saved. I think Visual Studio's gone. Unfortunately. It hasn't picked it up. It's not responding, but it's definitely not responding. Alright. Visual Studio's just crashed. Unfortunately. No idea why. Too much A star, exactly. Now it won't close itself. Because it knows there's a file not saved. It's using 5.9 megabytes of memory. Alright, there we go. Fortunately, it didn't save. Hopefully it can recover it. Well, that wasn't very graceful, Visual Studio. This new version that I got 2 weeks ago seems a little, you know, not like I've had problems with it. Save most of it, just not these. It's got 2 up and now. There we go. Okay, so this is the point where it crashed before. That seems better. So this is just A star. A star search internal ID start goal search area optref nav level nav mesh region static dynamic. And this just returns A star search internal ID start goal no rect nav mesh static collision nodes dynamic colliders. Right, good. A previous session ended at select next to current, so it's the actual plugin that crashed. Wonder if there's a new version of that. Maybe it automatically updates it, I'm not sure. Okay, so in the movement controller now, if there's an nav mesh, we do a star result equals a star search ID get interaction bounds des p des nav mesh static collision nodes. We call this collision hashes. Get game state, generate dynamic colliders for ID. This nav mesh is actually optional. If this is actually an optional, maybe we could just have the internal one. Just have one like that, because this is optional. And then this is like this. Source nav mesh equals dest nav mesh. Source nav mesh or dest nav mesh, whatever. Else optref level nav mesh region. Have it in one call like that. So we have our nav mesh. So where does the nav mesh come from? That is the question. It comes from the level. So the level, because this is async, the level might get unloaded, like in a very rare but possible scenario, the level gets unloaded halfway through doing an A star, which means this, because it's just a reference, gets binned. So we probably actually have to copy this over. So level nav mesh region, nav mesh. We might make this optional. And we probably do have to copy it. It shouldn't be a problem. It's not actually a big copy. If I could see the definition, which I cannot. So in the packet, we're going to go dot nav mesh is equal to nav mesh nav mesh. Else standard optional level nav mesh region. I wish I could see the definition of a level nav mesh in game level. Level nav mesh. Okay, so that's flat. This is not. This is not. So it's quite a deep copy. But this barely happens. Okay, so at least we have the nav mesh now. We've got it copied into the packet. The packet gets sent to the new thread. And there is a star.search, which takes a nav mesh. There's one with a nav mesh, one without a nav mesh. So this is the nav mesh one. So you just create something called a search space. So we only actually need the nav mesh points like that in the level nav mesh region. Which means I think we could possibly do an array vec2. Search space, what is it? It's just an array of U32s. So it could be an array of vec2i. Alright, what's this? A licensing algorithm. Just in use of the volatile. Header only. It's quite nice that. Yeah, nice. Looks quite nice that. Yeah. Okay, so the packet here, it's going to be the nav mesh points. We just need the points. We just need to copy the points over. Like this, else just array of vec2. Well, do we want to actually, I will just say vec2s. And then this A star search here, we can do one that has nav mesh points in it as well. So it's the same, except the search area is const span, standard span, vec2, nav mesh points. Like this, and this is 4p in nav mesh points, like that. Okay, so you want A star result. I'm going to say if packet nav mesh points else all right, it replaces if else while and many standard with obfuscated function calls. Right, that is interesting. Did it do anything to performance? That's cool. Okay, so in theory that's it. So I think here as well, we could probably have const standard span vec2 reference nav mesh points. Actually, this is just nav mesh points. This is this nav mesh points. Effect performance. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, they talked about creating a license, didn't they? To scan or something. It'd be very hard to get the license information out of the executable. All right. with this. Right, okay, yeah. Yeah. Clever, that is cool. Yeah, you could at least obfuscate like the verifying, the DRM bit, verifying that it's genuine. But you don't have to do the rest of your code. Really cool, man. Right, so if this compiles, we need to see how we could set up this nav mesh thing to test it. Because I don't know if there's anything currently in the game which uses a nav mesh. What's this? Syntax error. No. Else array. Oh, what is it? Standard span. 2. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I've not looked into it for like C++ and stuff. Only like web stuff. Because you obfuscate your source code there, don't you? What's the problem here? The result is ambiguous. Let's do that. This is quite annoying. It should be standard span vec2. Yeah, I'll have a look at that now. That. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to read what it does. Nice one. Yeah. It's running it through some kind of decompiler to try and get it back into C. Clever. Um. Yeah, way easier. Yeah, definitely. Someone's mowing their lawn outside my room now. Absolutely awesome. Well, what can I do here? If source nav mesh is equal to the dest nav mesh points equals dest nav mesh points. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And it's quite interesting as well, isn't it? Finally found something that it likes. Okay. So as long as this works properly without the nav mesh, it's totally fine. We need to set something up with a nav mesh. Do we have show nav mesh? Could not show nav mesh. Maybe that's because there's no nav mesh. Okay, for these debug stuff. If get game state, current room ID. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, cool. So did you say you're making an MMO? Trying to make an MMO? I apologise if you told me. My memory's not very good really for stuff like that. So we will go to the test room. Oops. And we'll just interrupt Jenny's patrol. Like we'll change Jenny's patrol basically. Well, hang on. Let's just draw in. So there is a nav mesh there already. Let's make this a little bit different though. Let's delete that. And let's have a nav mesh that goes down here. Goes down here. Goes down here. Goes down here like this. So that's the new nav mesh. That'll be a nav mesh, right? And then we want, so where's Jenny's spawn location? That's where Jenny spawns, right? So let's just show the nav mesh. And then I'm going to spawn Jenny there. And then we're going to get her to go back and forth between two triggers. Between that trigger and that trigger. So obviously the pathfinding system is going to want to go there. I want her to go there, and then 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 there. But we're going to make her use the nav mesh instead. $2D1. Yeah, no problem, yeah. Still ambitious. In a good way, you know. So Jenny's patrol now. I'm just going to make a new one. Jenny patrol with nav mesh. Okay. So we'll do a travel node. We'll go from that, just one node to the other. Okay, so we want it to go to this node. And then back to this node again. Oops. Okay. Let's see what happens. If this works, she'll just use the nav mesh. Okay. So we're getting, she's trying to calculate it there. The nav mesh runs through a collidable zone. So let's just move that collidable, or even delete it. I don't think we need it there really. There we go. She's using it, look. Only took actually 1 millisecond to get that path. So she's walking on the spot. So that's a little bug there that we can fix. Oh, have you set up like a camera stuff for your project? Or CMake, sorry. There is. I did have a mess around with C-Line, so I made a C-Make project for that. The engine was a lot smaller then though, so it won't work now. But no, it doesn't use C-Make, it uses just the MS Build default Microsoft build system. So this is interesting as well. It's not showing, it's either not rendering the whole path or the whole path is not there. Skipped a bit. We'll see what happens when she gets there. The SLN file, yeah. So if you're wanting to use, say, CMake, and you don't C-Lion, and you don't want to do CMake, you can just on the command line do MS Build, and then pass the solution in as an argument, and that means you can use Microsoft Build System with something like C-Lion. It's pretty good. But I actually did a CMake version just to like see what CMake was, and it's fine. But what I would say that CMake is good at, like the build for this engine's quite customized, and I think writing customized builds in Visual Studio is quite challenging. Like, there doesn't seem to be very well documented. You know, like it's customized for a bunch of stuff. Like it customizes for there's some like build step that happens when you are doing image compression. It needs a build step to generate like the SIMD instructions basically. And then there's another build step to generate the shader files, because the shader files are like custom shader files that I have, and they're like built. You can just build them or rebuild them, and they build just like CPP files. So that's like a custom build step that I put in. And I found that all quite hard. Whereas with CMake, it's quite simple to do stuff like that, I think. Download the libs and compile. Yeah. I never did anything like that. Yeah, like with CMake, you can just do command line execution of the command line. So you could just say, this is how I'm going to build it. I'm going to build it with MS Build, and I just pass it. It's a really simple CMake if you wanted to do that. If you want to do CMake with MS Build, so you could do that. Or you could just do MS Build directly in something like C-Lion, where you can just type in like the command line arguments you want to do. Or you can do specific CMake stuff. And I've done all of them, but it's just like I don't really need the faff, to be honest. Yeah, that's the same with me. So like if I just pass in the solution file to MS Build, all of my compile steps are just all in there, which is good. And then you can just build individual projects. So if in C-Line I just wanted to build the shaders, I'd have a button for that. I'd program in a button for that which builds an individual project with MS Build. So I could still keep all this, you know, compiling the shaders exactly the same. Shader source files exactly the same as the C++ source files in the editor. Rather than like run your code, have your code. Most people run the code and have the code compile all the shaders up as it's running. But you know, this is doing it this way. It just behaves exactly. So if I just do like UV out in world like that, and I just like, oh, I forgot to put that comma in, and then I build it, it just gives me a proper build error, like exactly the same as doing a C++ file, you know. So the HLSL files behave exactly the same way as source files, which is nice. You'd have to run the program, find the error when the program is running, output the error to a terminal window or something. It just all happens in here exactly the same. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a custom thing that I wrote. Which I think would be, you know, I think in CMake, doing that with CMake might be a bit easier. It was quite hard to do it with Visual Studio. So you can't, that default behavior, that's not default behavior. That's something that I made. So I've customized it quite a lot. Like, so the standard way you make a root signature in a shader is to do it in a string, which I didn't like. I don't like doing it in a string because you can't lay it out properly in the editor. So I changed the syntax so you can do it in an if make root sig, and then you pass in the name of the root sig, and then you actually define it in an if statement instead of a string. And then I changed it so you can specify entry points and targets in the file itself. So on more complicated, so you can have multiple entry points and targets. So this gets compiled into a shader, this gets compiled into a shader, so there's 4 shaders out of this one file basically. So I changed a bunch of stuff with how you make shaders, including the build and stuff. That's all custom, and that was quite hard to do. Like I'm saying, with MS Build, it was quite hard to do. With CMake, it might be. I think it would probably be easier. It compiles the shaders to compiled shaders. DXC, yeah, it uses DXC to do that. Yeah, I think it's called DXC. It uses something. DXC.exe, yeah. DXC automatically. How am I doing it? I have this thing called build tool, and then this is only a really small program, which goes create shader group from file. So we'll look for that. Which goes create shader group from file with the shader compiler. Which is DXC. So I think it uses the DLL version of DXC. This code's very old, you know. Yeah, it uses dxcompiler.dll and dxil.dll to do it. And this is run from this build tool, right? And this build tool is got some stuff in for the build. So this is what links it into here. So when it wants to build a shared HLSL file, rather than running cl.exe, which is what C++ does, it runs buildtool.exe, passing in the shader file, which runs my code, which does stuff like it passes the HLSL files. Oops. passes all these HTLSL files differently than DXC does. You couldn't pass this file into DXC, it wouldn't know what to do with it. So it passes it and it prepares a bunch of like this will prepare like all these are different shaders. So all these get passed to DXC individually. So that's what the build tool does. It compiles, you know, it creates a bunch of shaders out of this one shader, yeah. So it's not using the EXE, it's using the DLL. I think that's right, yeah, I think so. Yeah, so they supply it a DLL and an EXE. Using the EXE, yeah. DX9 one. Yeah, cool. That was a good API, the DirectX 9. No, it's called, I think it's just called a D3D shader compiler or something. Something shader compiler. So getting all this stuff, this is what I don't like. And in CMake all this stuff would be easier. Having to do all this stuff. So this is what Visual Studio actually picks up. So when it runs build tool, the build tool itself can like output to the editor, output to the output window using all these XML files and this targets file and stuff. And that's linked, this build tool is linked to a file type, and this contains a load of those file types. So when I build it, it just is running the build tool over and over again. FXC, yeah. Yeah, it could be, yeah, it could be right. And this shader compiler thing is part of the engine, so you can from the engine recompile shaders as well. That's what it does, because all the shaders are hot loadable, so it runs this within the actual engine as well if you want to. So you can compile them at runtime as well. It does both. Does DXC support all the shaders? Good question. I don't know. Actually. Don't know. So one of the things that bugs I've noticed there is walking on the spot, which isn't great. And also there seems to be big gaps in the path. What is that about? So this is where it draws the path. Let's just go down here. This is like, this is about 0, 0. Now that is possibly bug with the pathfinding system. Entry path. Or it's a bug with the way we're... It's a bug with the way we're doing the async. This is only really reading from it though. Yeah, it can. You can actually specify the item type, and it's got in it HLSL compiler there, right? So you can do that. The problem with that is you have to use the DXC's expected syntax for HLSL. So if you weren't bothered about customizing the syntax, that's what you would do. But if I just fed this straight into DXC, I'd get a bunch of compile errors because I'm not doing it the way that they expect. They expect like the root signature to be a string, and you can only compile one shader per source file. You know what I mean? You have to specify this is a vertex shader VS6 in this file here. So if I was to go like HLSL compiler, where would it be? Is it HLSL compiler or is it in DXC? Can't remember. You have to specify what type of shader it is here as well, which could be fine, like if that's the way you want to do it. Content. Can't remember how you do it though. So if I do like add new item, I can do HLSL and I can put in a vertex shader, but then it's a vertex shader then. I don't know if this automatically will change it to my, it automatically changes it to my version. So yeah, you can do it straight in the by default, but then yeah, you have those restrictions. So this is actually called a shader group in the engine because it's a group of shaders. This would be a group of 2 shaders. So what I'm going to actually do is just scope block this for now. See if that fixes that problem. So this is only reading. So I'm not entirely sure that this shouldn't be a problem. I shouldn't have to scope block this. See, he's missing one there as well. Can I do show nav mesh? There's no such thing as show nav mesh. I'll have to put that in. Yeah, it's still missing them, so it's nothing to do with that scope lock. Let's just have a quick look at the console. Console commands. Engine console commands. What is it? Console commands. Where is show? Show. What nav meshes? Okay. I just need to do nav meshes. Show nav meshes. Alright, there we go. So it's these blue. Ooh, look, I can't move there now for some reason. So it's got 74 there now. Oh no, the path, it's got 0 in it. So what was the result? Failed to find goal, it says. I can't move for some reason. Why can't I move? Movement controller. Move. Game input. Down key. Action window. There's no group. What's happened there? There's nothing on the action group stack, whatever that is. Action groups, roaming input. So it looks like the console didn't give it back. So if there's nothing on the action group stack, I need to push the roaming one back on. Let's just check. Normally, so I can move now. So normally, it's got roaming input on it. So I could just say if there's nothing on it, put the roaming input on. Then hide. Pops the action group there. So including DX compiler with my program. With the program, you mean to the player? Not to the player. To anyone that wants to use the engine. Yeah, the player doesn't need it. Because it compiles it. It uses that DXIL. Wherever it is, to turn it into an intermediate language, and that gets saved in the actual game's assets. So all you do is provide the intermediate language to DirectX, and it knows what to do. Player need it for hot reloads. The player's not hot loading shaders, no. Just the developer. The player doesn't have access to the source code for the shaders. When I say hot load, I mean change the source code of the shader, recompile it, put it back on the GPU. That's what I mean. Yeah. Okay. So I wonder what is going on here then. In-game shader reload. So the game just puts all the shaders on the GPU, like all of them, straight away. It's one of the first things it does. So the player, it's only hot loadable if you have the engine, like the source code. Yeah. Okay. So it's calling failed to find goal over and over again, because I'm probably stood in the way. Okay, I need to move out of the way. Compile shader. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to ship the shader source, or if it's like embedded, if the shader source is embedded for some reason, then you need to compile them on the fly, yeah, on the target computer, the player's computer. But you could probably try and do the intermediate stuff. If it's going through DXC, it'll be able to produce intermediate code, and you could just save that as a file on the disk and then ship that with the game. And all you have to do is load that file and then send that data to in DirectX. I don't know, I can't remember how you do it in DirectX 9. All you do in DirectX 12 is you just set the bytecode. So this would be the contents of the file. Do you know what I mean? So you load the file and just set the contents of the file to be the bytecode for the shader, and it'll just compile. To have the ability to hot load. Yeah, so if they don't do a DLL version of the shader compiler or a lib version, then you would hot load it by loading the shader's source code and running the shader compiler executable in the code itself as a command line thing, or just launch the process, you know. But you know, if the player needs to do that for some reason, then you could include the shader compiler. But if it's part of the gameplay to hotload the shaders, that would be crazy to be able to modify the source code of the shaders. But you could still have the game load. You'll have the game load the intermediate language binary files, and then when you want to hotload, you just pick up the HLSL file. You kick off a process, which is the DirectX shader compiler, passing in the HLSL file. Then when that process is finished, you have your new binary, and then you hotload. Then you can do it that way. You can still hotload HLSL without having to ship with the compiler. Just that shaders, because the shaders are raw source, can be stringing the binary. Yeah, so if you're embedding them, yeah, you can do that. That's no problem. You know, you can either embed. There's a few ways. If you want to put it in the binary, you can embed the string in the binary, but you could also embed the intermediately generated language in the binary as well. Or you could have the intermediate language as part of the data packs for the game, so it's actually on disk. And then, you know, if you wanted to hotload them, you would just have to call DirectX shader compiler.exe from your code. Do you know what I mean? Like spawn a process in the code that does it. Yeah, the server could send all the shaders to the client. Depends if you want the client to compile them or not. Because compiling shaders takes time. You have a lot of them. Yeah. That's it. You could drop them onto the server. It just depends if you want to drop them in the raw text version, in which case the client would have to compile them, or the intermediate language version, which doesn't need compiling by the client. But you know, if your shader's doing something quite complicated and unrolling a lot of loops, you might find the compiled version might be bigger. So if you're worried about network bandwidth, it might be. That would have to get shipped with your client. Yeah, if you wanted to compile shaders on the fly, yeah. If you wanted to actually send the client the text, they'd need to have the shader compiler, yeah. But what I'm saying is, you could send them the compiled binary if you wanted to, and then they don't need the actual compiler. Just send them the compiled binary. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like, they'd still be like, if they got a content update, it would still be on new shaders. So hot loading in that sense. Yeah. because it's compiled into an intermediate language. So you know that it's not compiled into their native GPU language. Like if for some reason it was native GPU language, it would be better sending them the actual source code so then their GPU could compile it for their GPU. But it's an intermediate language, so it's GPU agnostic. So you just send them that. That's what the Dixel thing does. Yeah, then only your server would need the compiler. Or wherever you're building the game. You know, if you're building it on your PC at home, you could just create all the binaries that get uploaded to the server. Depends how you want to do it. You know what's nice about having it doing it on your computer whilst you're building the game is any compilers get caught there as well. So this is mad. This. Why is it half the path missing? So I need to move out of the way so it doesn't actually. So we can actually recompute the new path. See, that one's missing as well. Obviously, that would be a pretty major bug, because that would mean if there was collidable stuff here, the guy would just walk straight through it. Yeah. Yeah, it depends. It doesn't. Yeah, it depends exactly how you want to do it, you know. So the path is 62. So it actually hasn't returned the full path there. You all right? Might have to watch this. Might have to watch them try the path trying to get built. Well, here's the thing there. It skips one, 2, 3, 4, 5. It skips the 6th version. The 6th cell there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's just have a look at this. So the nav mesh points definitely go through 0, 0. Just about. Oh, missed it. Try that again. Don't need to rebuild my entire exe or anything. Yeah, well, so this with this system I have here, if I just build, I can just build the shaders, the changed shaders. Oh yeah, thank you. So the way I would do it is I would have compile it, and it would compile it here in Visual Studio to the intermediate language, and then I'd have as long as there was no compile errors, I'd have a post build step that uploaded the intermediate language to the server automatically. I'd probably have like a pop-up that said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" You know, or something like that, and send the compiled versions. Because then you can catch compile errors here on your local machine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you need like a workflow, don't you, that is simple for you. You could build it all into Visual Studio, like recompile the changed shaders into the Dixel shaders, and then the post build step would pop up a little box which says push to the server, and you click yes, and then it just pushes them up to the server after the build. And then obviously if they don't build, it gets caught right there. There'll be no option to push it up to the server. Yeah, it would. Depends whether you want to compile them on the server or compile them on your computer. You would have to like write it on your computer, the actual HLSL itself, send it to the server to be compiled. Well, you could like check it builds there, and then send the text version to be compiled as well. You could do that. That wouldn't be a problem. Check it builds here, I mean, on your local computer. Thing is, like, you've already built it here, haven't you? To check that there's no compile errors. So you may as well send the built thing rather than have it duplicate the work on the server. Or you just send it to the server and have the server do the build. But then if there's compile errors, that's like, well, now I've got to change it and rerun that process all again. And then I've got to change it and rerun that process all again. So it'd be a lot slower to sort out your compile errors. Okay, so it's the 6th. So there should be 282 hashes in the search space, which there is. And then we sort them all. And then we just start. So it's in get neighbors where it happens. If there's a search space, which there is. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. Into -17.9. So it's going to add it. Add that one. Okay. So we've got 3 neighbors. I could output them to the binary to the client's machine instead of downloading them every time. On the exe at startup. Kind of like the idea of our shaders. Yeah. If you wanted the actual players to see the code as well, that'd be good. Whether you sent it to the player or not, obviously you'd have a different system for that, detecting if the player needs it or not as well. You know, you'd have a system in general, I think, that would be like, so you're not sending everything to the player all the time. You'd be like, well, what is your hash code for this shader? And if it's the same, you'd be like, well, you don't need it then. Okay, so we're going to go through all the neighbors. There's 3 neighbors. Okay, then we're going to pop out the current one. And we're going to get new neighbors. This is totally fine. So when it builds the path back up again, (13, 15, 12, 15, 11, 15, 10, 15, 9, 15, 8, 15, 7, 15. So what is the coordinate of this? Minus 17.5. Yeah, it depends if you have a lot of them. Like the shaders on this computer do take a few seconds. There aren't that many shaders it generates. Maybe generates like 30 shaders or something. Hang on, I've forgotten what I was doing there. So the path is the thing there. We definitely have a thing there for the animation keep going. So minus 17, it's minus 17 in X. From 9, 8, 7, 6. Convenience of adding new shaders. That's what I was, it's like I'm saying, you could integrate that into your build. You could automate everything, which would be nice. You know, I imagine you're building the game on your PC. So if a shader gets compiled and you want to push it up to the build, you could just automate all that. Eight, five, so it's missing out the 4. Minus 17, 4. So unfortunately, this is like right at the other side. Which is so many. It's like 60 of them. $83 of them. Still missed out the 4 though. Okay, so it's 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's basically the 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th cell that I add in. Minus 17, 9. Minus 18, 8. Minus 17, 8. So does n even equal? Hotload idea. You could still hotload with the you can still hotload with the bytecode though. You know, just because it's not raw text. It doesn't really matter. Hotload with the bytecode. Okay, so we are exploring minus 17.4. F score is 17.
Yeah. Yeah, there'd be no wait, which means there'd be no wait for, or little to no wait. It would make your game startup routine considerably slower if you had to compile the shaders. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there then. Why is it missed out the 4? What is it about it? This rat cell there is missed. It's on the nav mesh, so it's fine. Do you think is the best solution? The best solution is the pre-compiled shaders, I think. So what you would do is the shaders become just another asset, like the meshes or the textures, and you just treat it like an asset. So what you would do is you would have if you were making your own engine, you would write an asset pipeline. That's one of the first things you would write. And the asset pipeline is responsible for taking raw assets, like, I don't know, PSD files in my engine's case, WAV files, HLSL files, anything else, and compiling them, processing them down to data files. And then those data files ship with the game. So when you actually change the shader files, it's exactly the same as changing a texture from the engine's point of view. You've just changed an asset. You know, you could imagine you could have if you could have a server compiling your assets if you wanted to offload it onto your computer from your computer, but you may as well just do it on your computer, unless it's like, so big games like Call of Duty or whatever will probably have farms of servers to compile their assets down, because there's so many hundreds of gigabytes of them. You know, if the game is 150 gigabytes, can you imagine how big the raw assets are? Because part of an asset pipeline's job is to compress everything as well. So big games probably do it on servers.
and then the devs just download data packs off the servers. But if you're a smaller game, like an indie game, do it all on a computer. Yeah. Build it locally. But yeah, you would write an asset pipeline for all your assets. And then it gives you that pre-compile, like that pre-step of like modifying your assets if you want to. It gives you a space then in the actual workflow to be able to modify assets. Like the editor creates asset files, like how the rooms are laid out, and then the asset pipeline takes those asset files and it can extract stuff like the A star information that I'm working on now is automatically extracted from the level data file, which is just a raw asset. So if you look at the assets, the data directory, so this is just binary data. So that's what gets shipped to the player. But the rest of it is raw assets. So the levels, if I look at like a room file for the test room, it's just text. And this is what the editor produces. And then the asset compiler can do things like, let's look at all of the collisions areas. If we can find any in here. So colliders. So these are all the colliders. These are the points from all of the colliders. And then it says the asset pipeline was like, wow, well, I need the collider information for the A star search because I want to make sure that it ignores those nodes, these regions in the search. So the asset compiler, the asset pipeline, can generate data based on this file for the pathfinding system in the engine, and it's all automatic. So it's really, really important. It's like one of the first things you would write after you'd written all of your like containers and stuff, memory management. You would write your asset pipeline. Yeah, you won't need to manually move the files. Yeah, you could have like Visual Studio move all of your assets over if it wanted to. So we know that minus 17.4 is the thing that doesn't actually get put in the path for some reason. There's nothing interesting about those numbers that means it shouldn't go in the path. So the goal minus 17.15. All right. So minus 18.9 is the start. So we're starting right at the start. And then we've got a bunch of neighbors. And we do know that the neighbors do hold minus 17.4. So that's, where's the goal? What's the goal again? The goal is minus 16.5 minus 15. Goal cell minus 17.15. So it's the distance to the goal cell.
minus 18.9. So we just want one that gets close to minus 17 and 4. Here we go, this will get close. And is so editing my shader, copying byte, go back. Everything is messy. I'm editing the shaders, copying the bytecode back into my project. So just save it to a disk. Save the bytecode as a file to disk, and treat it as something that's on the disk. I'm done through Visual Studio. Yeah, so Visual Studio will do that for you. Yeah, like you've said, yeah, you can set to HLSL compiler, so you can actually specify how you want each thing to get built with item type. So these are all the different compilers, and that'll just produce a binary shader file for you. And that's the simplest way to do it. It's just on disk somewhere. I'll output it to disk somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. The build tool for my engine and stuff is like, it's mostly responsible for allowing me to change the syntax of HLSL. That's what it's mostly responsible for doing, rather than the build. It does do the build as well, but it just means I can have multiple shaders per file and of different types. Like this will produce a pixel shader and a vertex shader. This. So they used to have something, it's probably still in DirectX 9 actually, called effects. And you could use effects to do the same thing. Yeah. So you can do all sorts. You can have build rules that copy files and stuff. So these is a copy file. So this will copy it into the destination directory. So you can automate all this stuff. If you wanted to do like a build rule that copies all files of a certain extension and stuff, then that's where Visual Studio gets messy, I think. That's where you need to start doing this type of stuff. Let's see if I have any reference about that. This is good. It's not specifically about that. Here you go. Have a read of these things.
Hopefully these still work. Okay, so this will find neighbours of minus 17.4. This is minus 18.5, minus 17.6, 16.5. So this is minus 17.4, right? So this is the one that's not appearing. So the Manhattan distance there is 1. And the G-score is 5. The current G-score is 5. So it gives it a score of 6. So we want to balance this up. So put it right at the bottom there. It's balancing up on G-score, I think. Or is it F-score? It's balancing up on F-score. Okay. So let's go back to right at the end. We have our path. And let's have a look at the tree. Where is minus 17.4? So it has been popped off the top by the looks of it. Okay. Yeah, no problems. Yeah, it's good. It's not very well documented, all this stuff. That's one of the problems. Like you could do the, in CMake, this stuff's quite easy, I would say. F-score is 17, so the tree currently. Okay, so we need, it was 3, wasn't it? This does get added in. It's just Look at this tree again. So it's minus 17.3. What is going on there? It must be minus 18.3. That's right. Oops. Ah, so it's actually 18, minus 18.3 that's missing. No. This is the only place sets came from. Oh, it's happening in add cell. Happening in two places. Okay, there we go. So we're saying 18.3 came from 17.4. So let's try 18.4. 17.5. So we want 18.5 really. So it came from minus 17.5, which would be minus 16.5, 5.5 in the final path. So who's minus 18.5 connecting to? So minus 18.5 came from 18.6. And 18.3 does it come from 18.5? $18.3 came from 17.4. $18.3 came from 18.2. That get added there then. This is N. Here we go. 18.3. 8 going from 18.5 because of this rule. No, I'll take 2 minutes. Go to the loo, and we'll work on this some more. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Alright.
How are you doing?
I'm doing alright, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have to head off because I need to go pick up my kid. I'll probably work on this over the weekend and get it fixed, and then on Monday I should hopefully be able to start something new. Yeah, I'll see you Monday morning, about 9:30 GMT. Woot Dragon, no problem. Yeah, if you ever need help, just let us know. Love talking about this stuff. Alright, see you later.